Hello, sound check. Four score and 7 years ago. So that's what we're making today.
The yellow and the blue vase or container there, yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
So everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. When the glass is that hot, it has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. Well, I'm going to have to use the mic. Other people are going to come in. It's not going to be just you.
You could also read what he's saying up there.
It's not going to be just you. So.
I'm the only person here right now.
You can read it.
I will, okay.
So that steel pipe is called a blowpipe. And when we want to get the glass out of the furnace, we take the steel pipe, heat the tip up so the glass sticks to it, and then we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon.
Very cool.
Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. If you look up on the big screen, they're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working.
And that's where you're putting it right now.
Yeah, that's the glory hole.
That's the glory hole.
So in order to get the ribs, can you see the rib texture in those? We're going to put it in a mold called the optic mold. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So the mold has ridges on the inside. You drop the bubble in there and blow, and it makes the ridges in the bubble when you pull it out. Cast aluminum.
Really? Wow. Positions to work here in this.
How do I get the positions to work here? They have to be very good. If you're really good at your job, then we'll hire you. We don't have much turnover.
I bet.
Ben's been here all 20 years that the museum's been open. Sarah's must be here 15 years.
Wow. That's cool.
Well, both Sarah and Ben started when they were in high school. No, Ben got a job in a glass shop in Providence, working after school. Sarah took some glass lessons at a glass studio in Rochester. And so, no, they're not students. They're professionals,
Very highly skilled.
except for that young lady over there, Pedal.
Yeah.
So Ben's going over to our pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass, that makes the pipes hot. So we go over to that steel trough and we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. She's holding a wooden paddle to shield Sarah's arm from the heat. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? We're making vases like that. You'll think of something. So Nick in the red shirt is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely do it alone. So you see Nick is blowing, and Sarah's shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. Can we put up the newspaper photo? That's one of our most important tools, is just that folded up newspaper. Now Sarah's going into the optic mold, and this is going to give us the rib texture. So she, can we put up the optic mold drawing again? So when we blow the bubble, it's clean and smooth. The mold has ridges in it. When we blow it into the ridge mold, it gives us that ridge texture. So it doesn't give us the shape of the vase, just the texture. Now, as Sarah rolls it against that steel table, she's letting the glass drag a little bit, and as it drags, it's going to twist those ridges. So first, when they come out of the mold, they're straight up and down, and as she rolls against the table, we'll twist them, and they'll start to spiral around the vase. So Nick is blowing. Sarah's shaping. The bottom is the part that's sticking out now. The top is the part that's still attached to the metal pipe. Yeah. So we have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up more generally. So if we want to soften just one particular part of the object, we can do that with the torch. So now Sarah's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool in Sarah's hand is called the jacks. So now Ben is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. guys have any questions? Questions? Do you know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. The only restriction is you have to be 12 or younger. So the next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Ben, tall guy in the black shirt, is preparing the punty. Sarah's scratching a little circle in the bottom so she can see where the center is, because we want to attach the punty in the exact center. Oh, because when we applied the colored glass to the original bubble, we did it in a way called a blow through, so we wanted purposely to fade. So the color is strong on the bottom and clearer on the top. So we've attached the punty. When they feel that attachment is strong, we'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break away from the pipe, a little tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Well, if we just put it on the table, it would cool in 20 minutes, but it would break. If we want to keep it, we have to put it in one of these big black ovens and cool it very slowly overnight. Sarah's going to stretch out the glass at the very top. We'll trim some of that off. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. We're going to add a decorative stripe on the rim. It's called a lip wrap, Lipwrap. Nick, over on the far left, in the red shirt, is preparing the colored glass for the lip wrap. So here comes Nick with the lip wrap. We just wind on a little stripe of a contrasting colored glass. Oh, I'd say it's roughly 1800 to about 1300. As soon as you pull it out, it starts to drop rapidly. So Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole, and we're going to open the vase to its full width. Again, we're going to use the jacks. She presses against the inside of that opening with the jacks as we turn the pipe, and that makes the opening at the top wider. So Sarah's leaning on the sides with the jacks to keep them straight. Pedal has a wooden paddle across the front to keep that straight.
What will you do with the object that she's creating?
We'll put it in our store and sell it.
How much?
I have no idea.
I'm sure you'll be finding out shortly.
Can I unplug that film?
What's that?
Can I unplug that killer thing? I'm always tripping over this.
Oh, yeah, we can move it.
So we're just about done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. We'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Well, if we just put it on a table, it would cool in 20 minutes, but it would break. If we want to keep it, we have to cool it very slowly overnight. In order to get the vase off the metal rod, we're going to drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the pipe, and off it'll come. There's the water. Little tap. We'll melt the spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Yes, so that oven is kept at 890 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly, slowly turns the temperature down. So over on the left, we're starting the next vase. It's going to be the same design. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass in various forms. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with the colored glass. So Nick in the red shirt is making the clear bubble. All glass looks orangey when it's hot. The color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass.
The piece that you made is going to cool to one of those two colors?
I think it's going to be the yellow. Yeah.
What?
Yellow. I think it's going to be yellow.
Our ship sails July 26th.
So Ben, over on the far left, tall guy in the shorts, he's heating up a bar of the colored glass. Nick in the red shirt is blowing a bubble of the clear glass, and we're going to coat Nick's bubble with the colored glass. Yes.
We have our touch tour here this morning, so
Okay.
we have 4 participants.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell them what the hot shop's going to be working on today? And is it possible to pass one of those around?
I'll hold it and they can feel it.
Okay.
So So we're making some vases for our shop today. I have one here, and I'm going to kind of hold on to it. Yeah, you can feel it, but I'm going to kind of hold on to it. So it's kind of a tapered thing, and it has little ribs in it. Can you feel the ribs?
This is a big old.
Just a vase for putting flowers on your table. Nothing special.
Like a really big
Oh, it's pretty big.
It's in front of you now, Kathy. Like 4 pints of beer right there.
Wow.
Okay.
So is that made of clay?
It is one glass.
Glass?
So, pretty much right in front of us.
Feel the ribbing in it?
Yeah.
I feel all that. Those are different colors, right?
No,
Same
just
color, it
Yeah.
just, it's more or less translucent based on how, where the ridge is, it's a little darker because it's thicker glass.
So
But the whole color is blue.
how long it takes to make one of these?
It's a
They're
middle.
just getting started right now, and I bet they
It's amazing how these different ridges meet, right?
Yeah.
Without it all blending at one glass.
Yeah, that, did it started in the mold, right, Will?
yeah, we put it in a mold called the optic mold. I'll bring one over. So in order to make the ridges, we use this mold. It's called an optic mold.
So here's the mold that makes
And
the glass in,
reach out a little forward.
and then you can feel the inside.
Feel the inside.
So the hot glass goes in there.
How long it takes you to make one of these?
Well, to make the mold, we buy that. It's made out of cast aluminum, and we buy them.
Okay.
And let Kathy, now the mold's in front of
That's
you,
pretty
Kathy.
big.
Yeah, they just need a bell jar.
You see that?
So those ridges on the inside, when we blow the bubble into that hole, the ridges give us the ridges in the glass.
Each ridge there's a glow,
No, there's a, they blow into that
Oh, my.
bubble.
and then it
Yeah, they
fills
put
up
like
with
a wad of bubble gum and then blow, and as it fills up, and then as they take it out of that
So this is the optic mold.
wax out.
And you see, feel the ridges on the inside? When we blow the bubble into there, it makes the glass thick and then thin in other places. And that's what gives us the ridges in the vases.
oh, wow.
Did we get the base back over here? No, I'm fine.
Hey, Will, will you
Yep.
pass the vase so Carrie and Colleen can fill it?
Sure. So this is the vase that we're making. So it's just a vase. It's got a little taper to it.
And then this is, where it's actually on the rod, right?
Yep. That's called the punty, Punty.
Oh, punty.
Punty. It's kind of like the belly button of the vase.
Is it blue?
That's where it's connected to mom.
Yeah. So this, I'm just checking, this like lighter blue and then a dark blue?
Yes, and so on each ridge, it squeezes the color and makes it a little darker in some areas and lighter in others.
Yeah, it has a spiral.
Did you get a chance to check it out?
So do they twist it then?
Yes.
Do they twist it?
Yes. You don't have to, but in this design, we're going to twist it. So on the right side, on the left side of the studio, we're making the first bubble to make the vase. Nick, the man in the red shirt, is shaping it. He's shaping it with a tool called the block. The block looks like a little wooden scoop. We store it in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So now we're going to blow it up a little bit. The glass is on the end of that steel tube, the blowpipe, and we blow in one end, and the glass blows up like a little balloon on the other. So
aluminum molds come from?
there's a guy in, I think, in Ohio, a guy by name Steiner makes the molds.
Okay, so we buy them.
Yeah, we buy them from a glass equipment company. Yeah. They're made out of cast aluminum.
Does that person make molds for other industries too?
No, just glass. He makes pipes and punties and optic molds, things like that. Okay. Glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, makes it easier to melt. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, we throw them into the furnace, we cook them overnight at 2400 degrees, and they all melt together and make glass.
And where do we buy our supply from now?
Spruce Pine Batch in North Carolina.
So how long does it take for it to make when it gets hot?
How long does it take to make what?
How long does it take for it to make how long does it take?
How long does it take to cook the glass?
Yeah.
Overnight. So we put it in, we put the ingredients in a little bit at a time during the day, and then we cook it overnight, and all the bubbles that are in the glass rise to the top and pop. In the morning, it's ready to use. So where we blow air on the glass, we're trying to cool it off and stiffen it in a place. We blow fire on it. We're trying to heat it up and soften it. So the fire makes it soft, the air makes it stiff. If you think of the glass like wax, when you get wax hot, it gets soft. As when it gets cool, it gets hard. So if we want to cool it and make it a little stiffer, we blow the air on it. So we're gonna transfer this glass bubble that we made from the rod it's on now to a second rod called the collar. When we applied the colored glass, we applied it in such a way that it fades. But right now it's fading in the wrong direction. If we just did it, right now the strongest color is at the top and it's clearer towards the bottom. We want it reversed. We want the stronger color on the bottom and clearer on the top. So we're going to switch it to another pipe. That'll turn it upside down. and we'll get the colors going in the right direction. So Ben, tall guy in the black shirt, is sitting at the center bench, and he's making the collar. We call the collar like a collar on your shirt. So he's just put a little ring of glass around the end of the pipe, and we're going to stick our bubble onto that. So we've attached the two parts. We've attached our other bubble to the collar. Now the bubble is on Ben's pipe, and the colors are going in the right direction. So right now, Ben is heating up the glass in an oven called the Glory Hole. The Glory Hole is a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. There's no glass in there. It's just a hot chamber to soften the glass while we're working. So remember I said it's kind of like wax? Well, the glass, when you get it hot, it only stays soft for a little while, just like wax. When you get it hot, it gets soft, but it doesn't stay soft very long. Same with the glass. So we have to put it in the Glory Hole, that big round barrel type oven. We make it soft again, and then we can roll it on that big steel table to shape it. The Glory Hole is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. That's right. This is a great winter sport. It's not such a great summer sport. So Ben is shaping it on the table. And now it's starting to cool off and get stiff. So he's returning to the Glory Hole to heat it up again. The longer he keeps it in the Glory Hole, the round oven, the softer it gets. All glass, when it's really hot, appears to be orange. The orange color that you see is the glow from the heat. The glass that we're working with is green, but it doesn't look green at all right now. If you think about your own homes, if you have a electric stove or a toaster, the burners are gray when they're at room temperature. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. That's the same thing with the glass. So it's looking pretty orangey now, but when it cools off, it's going to be green. So now Ben is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It looks like a little scoop. It acts as kind of a half-round mold. As we roll in the little scoop, It rounds the thing out and makes it nice and even. Once he gets that shape the way he wants it, we'll let that cool a bit, and then we're going to dip it in the big tank of molten glass again and get more glass. Each time we dip the pipe into the big tank of molten glass, only a certain amount sticks. So if we're going to make something that's bigger, we have to dip it in, blow the bubble, let it harden, and then we have to dip it in a second time or a third time. And just keep repeating that process till we have all the glass we need to make whatever we're making. Well, we're talking about gathering, so it's each time you dip it in, you get more glass around it. So it's kind of like I don't know, making candy apples. So Ben's just hanging out at the bench, letting the glass cool and stiffen. He's rolling it on the rails of the bench to keep it straight. Now he's going to the furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in the furnace has the consistency of honey, so it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes the steel pipe hot. So Ben is taken over to the pipe cooler, which is a metal trough. We lay the steel pipe in the metal trough, and we spray water on it, and that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now he's handed it over to Sarah. Sarah is the woman in the black shirt and jean shorts. She's putting it in the glory hole, and she's going to heat it up and soften it. She's always turning the pipe because the glass is soft, and if we stop turning it, the glass is soft and it'll start to sag. But if we keep it turning it, it keeps the glass straight and on center. Nick in the red shirt is sitting to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Sarah, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So Sarah's going to blow into the tube, the blowpipe, and blow it up a little bit like blowing up a balloon. Well, thank you guys for coming in. We appreciate it. So now Sarah's blowing the glass into a mold called the optic mold. The mold has ridges on the inside, and when we blow the glass in there, it makes the outer surface of the glass ridged. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, that's basically what we just did. So now the bubble is ridged, but the ridges go straight up and down. So we're going to heat the glass up and roll it on that steel table and let it drag a little bit. And when it drags, it's going to twist those ridges so the ridges will spiral around instead of going straight up and down. Sarah's going to cut off a little bit of the excess glass. Her assistant pedal is holding a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. The blowtorch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. The next place she's going to shape it is a place that she hit with a torch. So it'll make it a little extra hot and extra soft. So Nick, sitting at the left, is blowing. Nick in the red shirt, as Sarah shapes it. Sarah sitting at the workbench. So if you came in a little later, we're making these vases that you see on the pedestals. So Sarah is squeezing the glass. The tool in her hand is called the jacks, and she's making a sharp crease in the glass, and that crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. When Sarah swings the glass like that, she's trying to make that bubble longer. The glass is soft, and the centrifugal force from swinging it will stretch the bubble out. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Yeah, they're for shielding the glass blower's hand from the heat. Do they wear gloves? Sometimes, if they make something really big and it gets hot and uncomfortable, then they put on a glove. No, not when we're making little things like this. Usually, no. And the thicker the glass is, the longer it stays soft and malleable. The thinner it is, the cooler, the quicker it cools. So Nick is blowing, Nick in the red shirt, as Sarah shapes the glass using the jacks, those metal tongs. So the bottom of this vase is the part that's sticking out. The top is the part that's still attached to the pipe. Pedal. The young lady is holding a wooden paddle against the bottom so that it's flat and sits nicely on the table. The paddle is made out of wood. It gets charred from the contact with the glass and burns away slowly. Oh, I don't know, maybe 9 months, a year. We're going to add a little dab of molten glass to reinforce the bottom. So we have 4 people working on our team today. At the center bench is Sarah Gilbert. She's one of our resident glass blowers. Nick in the red shirt. Ben on the far left. And Pedal holding the wooden paddles. we added a little um, pad of clear glass to reinforce the bottom. So it's a little cooler there. No, it's going to be clear. It's just cooler there. Yeah. So now we're going to transfer the glass from the rods originally blown on, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will act as a temporary handle to hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll drip some water where we want it to break, give a tap, and off it comes. So now the top of the vase is exposed. Now that section can be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those three things into the furnace, cook them overnight, and in the morning you have a tank full of glass. Glass at the top of the vase is always a little bit thick. So Sarah's going to stretch it out a little bit and trim some of it off. Oh, I'd say this probably runs about a half hour. So Nick in the red shirt's coming over with some colored glass, and we're going to wind on a little decorative stripe right on the rim, and that's called a lip wrap. So now Sarah's heating up the top half of the vase. She can control how much of it gets hot by how far she sticks it into that oven. She's pressing against the inside of that opening. Glass is soft, and she's widening it. Uh, it's usually 3 or 4, but they're all working on the same project. It's not three. We don't. No, we don't fill the. We part of this purpose of this studio is for demonstrations. So if we had 3 projects going on at once, it'd be very confusing. We're not a factory. We're not trying to pump out glass to make money. I mean, we will sell these, but the main purpose is education. Possibly, it'd be harder. Glass blowing in general is a team sport. So Sarah's pressing against the side of the vase. We want to make it nice and straight. We're getting close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. Over on the far right, Nick is putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to the annealer. The yellow gloves that he's putting on are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that vase, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. We'll carry it to the annealer to cool slowly overnight. In order to get the glass off the metal rod, we'll take our tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, just a light tap, and off it'll come. Till it's hard. So Nick will take it to the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Nick Davis, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Petal Cobb. Anybody got any questions? Yes. What? 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. No, the furnaces run on natural gas and forced air. Yep. Over on the left, we're starting the next phase. One of the glass blowers is heating up a bar of colored glass. The other glass blower is going to blow a bubble of clear glass, and then we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. Nick in the red shirt is dipping his pipe into the tank of molten glass. A little bit sticks to the end. He's going to shape it on that table. He's going to blow a little puff of air in there, and a little bubble is going to pop out the opposite end. Here's the puff. Watch the glass. Little bubble pops out the end. Yes? The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt turns it blue, chromium turns it green, tin turns it white. There are some colors that are not metals, but most of the colors are. Yes? Well, we buy the glass in the form called batch, which is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients in it. So where they source their sand, I have no idea. So we buy it from a company that sells us the ingredients all mixed up, and I have no idea where they get their sand. Nope. Nope. Thanks for coming in. So we just dropped a little wad of colored glass on our clear bubble. And now Nick will smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. This is called a color overlay. We put up the color overlay diagram. So all the glass in the furnace is clear. When we want to make something colored, we have to coat it with colored glass. So we just did number one. We dropped the blob on top. Now he's doing number two. He's smearing it so it coats the bubble. And then we're going to dip it in more clear glass. When we blow it up, if you look at the photo, you can see that that colored layer will line the object with color. It doesn't mix with the other's glass. It stays as a separate layer. So as Nick rolls it against the table, he's pushing the colored glass backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. So now we're going to let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to dip it back into the furnace and coat it with a layer of clear glass. When Nick in the red shirt applied the colored glass to the clear bubble, he did it in such a way called a blow through, so that the color fades. It's strongest near the pipe, and it fades to clear at the other end. That's the opposite of the way we want it to come out. So if we just blew it up now, the color would be strongest up here and fade towards clear like that. We want it the opposite way. We want it to be strong down here and fade to clear up here. So we're going to attach it to another pipe. That'll turn the thing upside down, and then the color will be in the right place. So in the center, Ben, tall guy in the shorts, he's making what's called a collar, like a collar on your shirt. Nick, in the red shirt over on the left, he's opened up a hole on the bottom of our bubble. And we're going to stick the Nick's bubble onto the collar. That'll flip it around, and the strong color will be in the right place. So if you look at Nick's bubble on the screen, you can see the color is strong near the pipe and fades to clear at the open end. You want it fading in the other direction. So we attach the collar. We'll break it off of Nick's pipe. And now the strong color is at the bottom, and that's the way we want it to look. Has anybody got any questions? So we're making vases very similar to the ones that you see on the pedestal. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, I see. Yes. The it depends on if you collect the right amount of glass and you blow it up to the right size, that determines the thickness. We're not making anything very precision. It's not scientific equipment, so as long as it looks nice, we're okay. So we're going to close up the hole where the pipe used to be. So now we have a bubble that's strongly colored on the bottom, fading to clear at the top. So what's going to be the bottom of the vase is the part that's sticking out. The part that you're going to put the flowers in is the part that's still attached to the metal pipe. What do we do with the pieces? We can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste. So now Ben's going to let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to add more clear glass. So now Ben is going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. He's going to drip off some of the excess into that steel can. He's taking the pipe to the pipe cooler. We're spraying water on the metal pipe to cool it down and make it easier to hold. Sarah's shaping the glass with a tool called the block. The scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, doesn't leave any marks on the glass. Has anybody got any questions? Hi, how are you guys?
What are they making right now?
Making these? Yeah, except we're making them the clear color's gonna be on top and it's gonna fade in the opposite direction.
How long does something like that take to make?
About a half hour.
Only half an hour? How long does that take to cool down though?
We have to cool it slowly overnight or it'll break.
Yeah.
So if we just put it on the table, it'd be cool in 20 minutes, but it would shout.
Yeah. Oh, and
okay.
the cooling oven that you put it in, what is that temperature in there?
890 degrees.
Okay. And then you slowly reduce the temperature
Yep.
how long it's in there? Okay.
Stays hot all day long. We put everything we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature.
Do you guys do a show like this, or like not a show? You work in here every day, so that
Yeah,
people
every
can
day
come
the
see.
museum is open.
How long have you been? Do you do this as well, or do you just
I was a
explain it?
glass blower for about 10 years. I don't do it anymore.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, this is amazing.
So
Going from each of the, how come they were there? Sorry, we got here a little late. How come they were putting it into a different, what's the different ovens for? Oh my God. This way, right over there on this. Makes you appreciate.
we buy colored glass in the form of these bars. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. So if we if we melted colored glass in the big oven, if we filled it up with blue, we could only make blue things. So if we coat each one individually, then we can make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a white thing, whenever we want. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? So the next thing we're going to do is called jacking it down. The tool in Sarah's hand is called the jacks. She's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Later on in the process, We'll drip a little water into that crease, and that'll crack the glass, and then the glass will come off the metal pipe. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, we have cameras all over, and there's a guy sitting up in that room. He's looking at a big computer screen. We can pick the view and zoom in, zoom out.
I also love that there's the curtain up there.
Yeah, no, that helps. The acoustics of your.
So on the outside of this building, is this all glass apparently? On the
Nope,
outside?
it's all stainless steel.
Oh.
You see, you can't see through it.
What?
You can't see through it.
Oh, this is the back side of it. I didn't even see about that.
The panels of stainless steel on the outside.
Wow. Glass layers on the outside.
Nope. I wish we have sunlight, daylight in here. So Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole. Glory holes run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. As Sarah leans on the sides of the vase with the jacks, Petal is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom sit nice and flat. So the part that sits on the table is the part that's sticking out. The part where you put the flowers is still attached to the metal pipe. All colors are distorted by the heat while we're working. So you're not seeing the natural color. This one I think is green. The orange color you see is the glow from heat, not the color of the glass. It's the glow from the heat. If you think about an electric stove in your house, the burners are gray. You turn them on and cook something, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, back to gray. Same thing with the glass.
So this whole piece is going to take like 30 minutes?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So how all that rolling, how come those stripes are maintained? It's rolling and the stripes maintain.
Well, if you got them too hot, they would melt, but she knows how hot to get them so it doesn't destroy them. Yeah, they're softened. They're soft enough to shape, but not soft enough to melt out. So we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom so we can shape the glass from the top. When that connection is firm, Sarah will take her tweezers, drip some water, where she wants it to break, Little tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. So now we're going to add a decorative stripe right on the edge of the vase. Nick, in the red shirt, is preparing some colored glass. He's going to bring it to Sarah in the center workbench, and she's going to wind on a little stripe at the very edge. We call this a lip wrap, Lipwrap. So we'll just wind it on. Do you guys have any questions? You have to speak louder, ma'am. Oh, Petal, that's Ben's daughter. She's helping out today. So Sarah's going to widen the opening. Petal's going to hold a wooden paddle across the front to keep the top of the vase nice and straight. Sarah is using the jacks to shape the sides. Sarah's opening the vase to its full width. So we're getting close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We take the glass off the metal rod, we place it in an oven called the annealer, where it is cooled slowly overnight. If we were just to make the thing and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. Over on the right, one of the glass blowers, Nick, has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven to cool overnight. In order to get the vase off the metal rod, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Here goes Sarah with the water. That's going to crack the joint between the two. Gives it a tap, off it comes. We'll melt the spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then we'll carry it to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Petal Cobb, Nick Davis, and Sarah Gilbert. Which one? Straight ahead? That's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones. Those are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces, where the doors are closed, those are 2,100. Nope. Their temperatures in the different ovens are constant. Well, sometimes we're making stuff for other people and they give us a design. Today, we're making stuff for the store, and Sarah in the black shirt and shorts, this is her design. Sometimes. Today, Sarah is an employee of the museum. She's part of our hot shop team, and she designed the vase that we're making today. Those are museum exhibits. Those come from all over the world. Some of it's different. So over on the left, we're starting the next vase. Nick, in the red shirt, has blown a bubble of clear glass. Sarah's heating up a rod of colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. So Sarah's heating up the colored glass. The colored glass in this case is green. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. All glass looks orangey when it's hot. That's the glow from the heat. When it cools, it returns to its natural color. So Nick, in the red shirt, is going to smear that colored glass until it entirely coats the original bubble. An electric stove in your house, the burners are gray. You turn them on to cook something. They get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, the orange glow disappears, and they're gray. That's the same thing.
So you can only use certain types of glass to do this?
There's some types of glass that are stained glass made by all sorts of different companies, formulas. There's not one particular.
We're from Grants Pass, Oregon, so they have glass over. How long does it take to make one of these?
Making these vases that you see up on the pedestal. So on your left, Nick in the red shirt is shaping the bubble using a tool called the block. Now he's switched to the newspaper. That pad in his hand is just folded up, ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So pedal, seating to the left, she's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating it as Nick shapes it. It blows it up like a balloon. It makes it bigger, just like blowing up a balloon. Yeah, you're shaping it. It's like working on a lathe. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. Yes. That's a tool called the jacks. He's squeezing it as he's turning the pipe. Now, pedal, seated to the left, is blowing. She's just inflating it slightly as Nick shapes it. Sure. Yeah, the glass, it only stays soft for a little while so you have to heat it up, make it soft, do whatever shaping you can while it's still soft, and then you have to heat it up again. Think of the glass like wax. When your wax gets hot, it gets soft, but it only stays soft for a little while. So now he's trying to make it soft again so he can do more shaping. Glass. Nope. We have a tank. Can you put up a furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what that looks like in the inside. There's a big ceramic tank. In that tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in the tank is kept at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. Colored glass, and we melted a layer on top of the clear. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We call them color bar. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of the colored glass, put a big blob on top, and then smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. So from this point on, all the action is going to be at the center bench. We have plenty of seats if anybody wants to shift over. The best view is towards the ends of this row. Sarah's going to shape up her bubble. We're going to let it cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to coat it with more clear glass. The blowing just makes it bigger, just like a balloon. Yes. Anybody got any questions? Yeah. When we close at night, we leave the furnaces on, the ones with the molten glass in them. The glory holes, the round ones, we turn them off completely. Shield the glass blower's arm from the heat. Yeah, it starts to stiffen. Yes, exactly. So Petal is holding the paddle in front of Sarah's hand to shield her from the heat. Oh, they all have different stories. Um, some of them learn at work. Some of them go to art school. Uh, Here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the public schools. There's a program at Hilltop Heritage Middle School and Silas High School. So Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more clear glass. You've got to let that bubble stiffen up a bit before we immerse it in the big tank of molten glass. If it's too hot and soft, the bubble will collapse. So Sarah's dipping into our big tank. When she comes out, that bubble will be coated with another layer of hot molten clear glass. She's taken the steel pipe to the pipe cooler, that metal trough. We lay the pipe in the metal trough, we spray water on it, that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. She's shaping it with the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water as long as the wood is wet. The tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Why is the building this shape? There are three reasons. Reason number one, and most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal buildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. If you look up on the big screen, you can see a picture of one, and those were called wigwam burners. And when the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw a bunch of those, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. Giant chimneys. Sarah's now going to take her bubble and she's going to put it in an optic mold. The optic mold has ridges on the inside. When we blow the bubble in there, it'll give that rib texture to the bubble. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the screen, we have a little drawing. So the bubble is clear and smooth. We drop it inside the optic mold and blow, and when we come out, the bubble has the ridges. Sarah's rolling the bubble on the steel table. and she's letting it drag a little bit. And as it drags, it twists those ridges. So instead of going straight up and down the sides, they're going to twist around in a spiral pattern. Sarah's going to squeeze the bubble and twist it a little more. And then we'll cut off that little knob at the end. So Nick's sitting to the left. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating it as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? Sarah's squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. As Sarah squeezes the glass, Petal standing up is holding a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. So Nick is blowing as Sarah shapes the glass. So the part of the vase that sits on the table is the part that's sticking out. The part you put flowers in is still attached to the metal pipe.
When you get these orders to make stuff, do you take so many orders per day?
We're not a factory. It's not really set up like that. Um, we're making some stuff we're going to put in our gift shop. There's no order. We're just making it and put it in the gift shop. We hope we sell it.
Who's the architect to make the design? It's come up.
Sarah is working with that. This is her design. We do all sorts of things here. It's not a. We have guest artists come in from all over the world. We have a contest for kids.
Okay, that's pretty neat.
So it's,
Is that most of the kids that's going through school and doing the training?
no, just little kids. They get to do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the little kids' drawings and we make it out of glass. Whatever they do. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, Punty. Ben, over on the far left, is preparing the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. He's going to bring it to Sarah at the center bench, and Sarah's going to attach it to the bottom of the vase. Ben's coming over with the punty. We'll stick it on the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. And Sarah feels that attachment is correct. Break the glass away from the original pipe. So now the glass vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. So we're going to add a little decorative stripe to the rim of the vase. Nick in the red shirt on the far left, he's preparing the colored glass for the rim. He's going to bring it over to Sarah, and Sarah's going to wind the stripe of the colored glass around the rim of the vase. We call this a lip wrap, Lipwrap. Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole, making it soft. And she's going to widen the opening. The tool she's going to use is called the jacks. She'll press it against the inside of the opening as she turns it, and that will make the hole wider. The glass is hot and soft. She's pressing against the inside to widen it. Then she leans against the outside with its jacks to make sure the sides of the vase are nice and straight. Pedal is holding a wooden paddle across the top. Make sure that stays straight as well. So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the glass off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. That slow cooling process is called annealing, and it relieves the stress in the glass and prevents it from breaking. If we were just to let the glass cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Over to the right, Nick has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven. going to take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a few drops of water on the joint between the vase and the metal rod. That water will crack the glass just at that joint, and then a light tap will release it. So here she goes with the tweezers. She drips water off the end onto that joint. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap, and off it comes. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team: Petal Cobb, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. Sarah's at lunch? No. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Because when the glass is hot, it's soft. And so we can reuse the clear waste. We can't reuse the colored waste. Because the furnace where we melt it is all clear glass. We can't throw little bits of red and blue in there. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So Nick in the red shirt is blowing a bubble of clear glass. Ben in the black shirt is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat Nick's bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay, and it's the same process that you just saw in the little video. So Ben is coming over to Nick. I'm going to drop a big blob of the colored glass onto the bubble. And we're going to smear that until it entirely coats the original bubble. The color is a pastel blue. The colors that you see are distorted by the heat, but once it cools off, it'll be a pastel blue. Kind of like the blue on that vase on the pedestal. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. I only know that it's blue because they told me. I see the same orange that you do. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? We're making it the same. We're making the same type of thing, except it's going to be more blue, like that one on the pedestal. Roughly a half hour, or as my friend Gabe says, a half an hour and 20 years. So now Nick is going to let that bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more clear glass. So we're going to have to coat it a couple of times to get enough glass to make our vase. So Nick's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. no water in the scoop. We just keep the wood itself wet so it doesn't burn. When we use the scoop, we use it empty. Just to shape it, round it out, make it nice and even. Collect. We blew a little bubble. We coated it with the colored glass. Now we're going to collect some more glass. We have all the glass we really need. Then we're really going to blow it up to the full size insert. That's newspaper. Yes. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So it's just ordinary newspaper folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. All these that's fit to burn. That's You're just heating it. There's no glass. The round ovens with the doors open, those are called glory holes. There's no glass in there. The glass is in the machines where you see the doors closed. Those are the glass furnaces. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that furnace looks like that on the inside. It's a big ceramic tank full of melted glass. The glory holes, could we put up the glory hole diagram? They have no glass in them. They're just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. It's just a hot chamber for softening the glass while we're working. When we first applied the color to this glass, we applied it in a manner called a blow-through, which makes the color fade from a strong color to clear. So it's strong here, and it's more transparent here. So we want to reverse that look. So we're going to take that bubble, we're going to flip it around so that the strong color will be down here, and the clear color will be on top. So Nick's going to poke a hole in that bubble with the tweezers. And we're going to attach that bubble to another pipe. And that'll reverse the colors. So we'll be grabbing it from that open end. Ben, tall guy in the black shirt, to the left of center. He's making what's called a collar, like a collar on your shirt. He's going to put a ring of glass around the end of that pipe, but he's going to leave the hole at the end of the pipe open so that we can blow through it. And we're going to take the bubble that Nick has and attach it to the collar. So Basically, we're grabbing the bubble from the opposite end, and that's going to reverse the colors. So Ben in the black shirt's coming over with the collar, and we'll stick it on the hole that Nick created. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now we flip the colors. The strong color will end up on the bottom of the vase. The more transparent color will be at the top. Has anybody got any questions? Ben's closing up the hole at the end of that bubble. Squeeze the glass with the jacks, the metal tongs, and we'll cut that little knob off. Yes.
Tips that were cut off, are they thrown away? Are they melted down?
If they're colored, they're thrown away. If they're clear, we can save them.
I see.
Do you buy the clear glass from someplace?
We buy it in a form called batch, which is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all proportioned out. You shove them in the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, it's glass.
Interesting.
So you don't have to add water or anything?
Nope.
How long have these guys been working with plastic?
Ben, 20, 29 years. 23 years. Sarah, 23 years. Pedal this morning. That's Ben's daughter. So we're going to let that bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to put one more layer of clear glass over that. So now Ben is going over to our furnace. He's going to dip his bubble into the big tank of molten glass and coat it. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Hi. How are you guys? Say what? Oh, okay. Do you have any questions? Okay. So we're making vases like you see on the pedestal. We're making vases like you see on the pedestal. Okay. Well, if you think of something, let me know. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnace, the ones that have the molten glass in it. Those are 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are 2300 degrees. So Sarah is shaping the glass. Sarah is sitting at the workbench. Pedal standing up is shielding Sarah's arm from the heat. So now we have all the glass we need to make the vase. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to blow it into a mold called the optic mold, and that will give us the ridges in the glass. It's going to give us a texture, not really the shape. Sarah's going over to the optic mold. She drops her bubble in and blows. When the bubble comes out, it'll be all ridged. She's going to roll it against that steel table and let the thing drag a little bit. And as it drags, those ridges that were straight up and down will start to twist and spiral around the outside of the vase. Sarah's going to cut off part of the end. So Nick, seated to the left, is blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Sarah shapes it. So Nick is blowing as Sarah shapes it. Sarah's got a tool in her hand called the jacks. She's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease will be a weak point where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Nick in the red shirt is blowing. You can see the glass getting bigger. When Sarah swings the glass like that, the glass is soft, and the centrifugal force will stretch that bubble out and make it longer. Does anybody have any questions? If you came in a little later, we're making the vases that you see on the pedestals, or similar ones. So Nick, seated to the left, is blowing. Pedal is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to keep it flat. And Sarah's leaning on the sides with the jacks to keep this side straight. All right. Good. Yourself? Good, man. Do you have any questions? Looks like to me that colors come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. About, I'd say 20 minutes. So we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now the top of the vase, the part you put the flowers in, is now exposed. That part can now be heated and shaped. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? We're going to add a decorative stripe to the rim of this vase. Nick, in the red shirt, is preparing a colored glass. He's going to bring it to Sarah at the center workbench, and Sarah's going to wind on a little decorative stripe. We call these kind of stripes a lip wrap. Lipwrap. So we're going to wind on a stripe, which is going to be sort of the same blue as you see in the bottom of the vase. When it goes on, it's quite hot, so it appears to be orange, but as it cools off, it returns to its natural color. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah. We're using the paddles to shield the glassblower's arm from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. It 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's pretty hot. 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Now Sarah's widening the opening. Sarah's pressing the tool against the inside of the opening. That makes it wider. Then she leans on the outside to make sure it's nice and straight. Working on glass is like working on a lathe or working on a pottery wheel. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. The yellow gloves that he's wearing are Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. We'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint. Give it a little tap. Off it comes. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so the edges aren't sharp. And carry it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, and Petal Cobb. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, see you guys this afternoon. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We're going to be, hi, how are you? We're going to be making these type of vases here. We're going to be making them a little differently. On these, the color fades from color to clear in this direction. We're going to reverse it. It'll be thick color at the bottom, fading to clear. But the form and the decoration will be the same. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We call them color bar. If we're going to make an orange bowl, we'll blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We'll heat up a little chunk of orange, and then we'll coat that clear bubble with the orange glass. So the reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled up our furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make a red thing, then a green thing, then a blue thing, whenever we want. So over on the left, Nick in the red shirt is in the process of coating his bubble with the colored glass. I believe the glass is blue, a similar blue to what you see here. All glass, when it's really hot, the colors that you see are distorted by the heat. The only reason I know it's blue is because they told me it was blue. I can't see it either. So if you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. The same is true of the glass. When it gets hot, it gets orangey looking. You're seeing the glow. When it cools down, that disappears, and you see the true color of the glass. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yes. Okay, to make a vase that big, we start with a little ball. The answer is yes. If we were going to make a vase this big, we'd still start with that same tiny ball. We keep dipping it into we blow it up a little, dip it in the furnace, coat it with more glass. We blow it up a little, coat it with more glass until we have all the glass we need. From what do they say? From a little acorn, a mighty oak grows. It's kind of like that. How long is it malleable? Uh, it's about a minute. It depends on how thick the glass is. The thicker it is, the longer it holds the heat. The thinner it is, the quicker it cools off. So to get the next gather, the next coating of clear glass. Each time we dip it in the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, Gather. The tool in his hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. The tool looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood to be damp so it doesn't burn. Yes. Why do we roll it? To make it nice and even. So if we put it in that little cup and we roll it around, the whole thing gets even. Does that make sense? Those we use what's called an optic mold. We're going to use a mold like this, similar, not quite the same, and we'll stuff the bubble inside this mold. The ridges will concentrate the color, and that's what you see as stripes. We haven't done that yet, so the color now is completely smooth. That comes a little bit later in the process. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Is there a way to cool it down faster? You could blow air on it to hurry it up a little, just like you blow air on your soup. Nope. So now Nick is shaping the glass, but this time he's using a pad of wet newspaper, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. If you look at the bubble there, you can see that he's applied the color in such a fashion that the color fades towards the tip of the bubble. With the fading is good, that's the effect that we want, but it's going the wrong way. So we're going to open up a hole on the end of that bubble, stick it on another pipe so that fade is reversed, and the thick color will be at the bottom of the vase, the thin color will be at the top. So in the center, Ben is making what we call a collar, like a collar on your shirt. He's put a ring of glass around the end of that pipe, but he's made sure that the opening at the end of the pipe is open so we can blow through it. And we're going to attach Nick's bubble to the collar. These guys that you see working here, they are part of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're our resident team of glass blowers. They're super skilled. Each of them has a minimum of 20 years experience making glass. So Nick has opened a hole on the end of his bubble, and we're going to attach the collar that Ben has. Hi.
It's very intense. She's nervous.
Don't be nervous. These guys have been doing it for a long
Tell her it's
time.
gonna be okay.
This is a fairly, our realm is a fairly simple operation.
Looks complicated for sure.
So now we have the bubble attached to the pipe in the proper direction. So the clear glass is at the top and the colored glass is at the bottom. You guys have any questions?
Yeah, I'm too nervous.
Don't be nervous.
How hot, did you tell us how hot that fire is? I mean, it's normal fire temperature, right?
This oven over here is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The ovens where we keep the molten glass are 21 degrees.
So how do you get it that hot? What do you use?
Natural gas and forced air. Don't need it. If it gets hot where they're uncomfortable, then they'll put on a glove or a sleeve. But as long as they're comfortable, it's easier to do it without it. No, not really.
Do you keep the furnaces on all the time?
We keep the furnaces on all the time. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, the ones that have the tanks of molten glass in them. Those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are only on during the working day. Yes. He took his he got the thing hot and soft, and he took his tweezers and poked a hole in it. What is a blowpipe made of? Steel. The reason it doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe is the shape, not the material. It's very long. It has a great deal of surface area compared to its mass. So there's lots of places for the heat to escape. People usually associate it with a frying pan in your kitchen. That handle is 9 inches long. This is 4.5 feet long. This is a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. You guys have any questions? We put up some of the kids' design stills. So I was telling these people that we have a contest for kids. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a little table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you don't feel like drawing here, you can grab an entry form, do it at home, and mail it in. We have only one restriction, and that you have to be 12 or younger. So no 40-year-olds or anybody like that. Yeah, when you win, we call you up, bring the whole family down. If you're interested in seeing some more examples of the kids' stuff, if you go across the lobby and in the hallway towards the bathroom, there's about a dozen of them on display. Yes. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I can't figure it out from your description. So Sarah's heating up the glass. We're going to take it back to the workbench. And she's going to shape it up. How heavy is the steel pole? Or right now it's not very heavy. It's maybe 2 pounds of glass. 8 for the steel box. Make this with an 80-pound solid glass egg. That was really hard. Another artist who learned to carve one and then turned it into wood. Yeah, in Ohio. Oh, thank you. That's our Pride Month shirt. Why is the building shaped like this? There's 3 reasons. Reason number 1, the most important one, is it looks really cool. Reason number 2, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft just like a chimney in your house. Reason number 3 is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. If you look up on the big screen, we have a picture. When the architect saw these old buildings, that's what gave him the idea to make this building in this shape. Sarah's heating up the glass now, making it soft. And we're going to stuff this bubble into a mold called the optic mold. She goes up those little steps, and in front of her is the optic mold. She stuffs it inside and blows. The optic mold has ridges on the inside, and it imparts that ridge texture to the glass. Could we put up the optic mold drawing? So you look on the screen, we have a little diagram. So it's a cast metal mold. It has ridges on the inside. We drop it in and blow, and we come out, the bubble has the ridges in it. So it gives us that texture. It doesn't give us the shape. Now Sarah's rolling it on that table, and she's letting it drag a little bit. So the ridges, which went straight up and down, will now twist. And we'll get it to spiral around like the ridges in these vases. So Sarah's squeezing it, getting a little more of a twist. Ben, sitting at the left of the workbench, is blowing. And you can see the thing getting bigger. So it's just like blowing up a balloon. The furnace where we melted is all clear. We can't put little pieces of blue and red. Yes. How hot is the pipe? At the end where we're blowing, it's room temperature. So now you can see the ridges are now spiraling around rather than going straight up and down. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. So we can get one part of the glass extra hot and soft and leave the rest of the glass alone. She's going to squeeze the glass and make a notch in it so we have a place to break it off. And for that, we want that area a little extra hot and soft. So here she goes. She's squeezing the glass with the jacks. The jacks are the name of those metal tongs. And her assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. Now that we've blown it out a little bit, you can see the fade of the color more clearly. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. You're 13, you say? You're out of luck. Off to the old age home with you. But you're over the hill. But your sister's a little younger, she can do it. Well, it's just not fair to have, older teenagers competing with kids who are 4 or 5. Sarah's leaning on the sides of the bubble to make it straight. Nick is shielding her arm from the heat with the paddle. Let's see. 3 or 4 pounds? 3 pounds? 4 pounds? Plus another 8 for the pipe. The hot glass sticks to hot steel. So before we dip it into the molten glass, we heat up the tip of the steel pipe. Just a straight pipe. How long has the team been together? Let's see. Ben and Sarah, I'm thinking 14 years maybe. And Nick is probably about 10. We don't have much turnover here. Ben, the tall guy, he's been on the team since the museum opened, and that's 20 years ago. So we're attaching a second steel rod to the bottom of the vase. The second steel rod is called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y, and this second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. So Sarah will drip a little water where she wants it to break off, a little tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Yes? There is no formal process. Some people come from arts, and some people come from work. There's no. It's more like learning piano or sport than it is like being a lawyer. So people have all different ways they get here. We do take interns. Yeah, some people do. Oh, you mean these guys? No, these guys. The actual team has to be, cracked glass blowers before they get here. Not a formal one. We take interns from time to time for various periods, but not a formal program. Yeah, there's about 50 art colleges across the United States that have glass blowing. Also, what? Yeah. No, no, the store sells stuff from all over. And now Sarah's going to widen the opening at the top of the vase so the flowers can get in. The tool in her hand is called the jacks. Sarah's pressing against the inside of the opening, so making that opening wider. Ben is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make sure that the front end stays flat. You guys have any questions? No, it's a propane. What? The acetylene is too smoky, and it'll affect the colors of the glass. Propane burns cleaner. Yes. How long does it take a person to become a glass blower? It depends on you. It's like music or sports. Some people take to it quicker, and some people take a longer time. There's no formal process. It's not like being a lawyer where there's a formal process. It's just, you know, the longer you do it, hopefully, the better you get at it. So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the vase off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a special oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Well, it's the color doesn't change. What you see changes. You're seeing the glow from the heat mixed with the actual color. So it's just what you see, but the glass itself hasn't changed color. So that vase is a pastel blue and fading to clear. So now it's much cooler, so it's looking more like that. But it'll even change a little when it cools down to room temperature. Yes, we do it slowly on purpose. If we just put it on the table, it'd be cool in 20 minutes, but it would break. So we'll melt the little spot where we broke it off. We'll take it to the annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Nick Davis, and Sarah Gilbert. We're going to continue to make these same vases all afternoon. So we're starting another one right now. Can we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video showing you what we've done with some of the kids. It's short.
monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you're here with kids, any kid 12 and under can do a drawing, enter the contest. It's free. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, make it out of glass, and we make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. No, we've done it with kids from China and France. Nope, just 12 and under. That's our only criteria. Thanks for coming in, guys. So over on the left, Nick is shaping up his bubble. It's going to become one of these vases that you see here on the pedestals. Anybody have any questions? Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. Those are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, where we keep the molten glass, those are 2,100. So 2,100 is as hot as the hottest volcano. Not unless he's uncomfortable. If things get too hot and he feels uncomfortable, then he'll put on a glove. So Nick dipped his bubble into our big furnace, coated it with another layer of clear molten glass. The orange color that you're seeing as we work is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The tool in his hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. You guys have any questions? The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Nick is now squeezing the glass with the jacks, those metal tongs. He's making a notch in the glass, and that's where we'll be able to break that bubble away from the pipe. If you look closely at the bubble now, you'll see that the glass is opaque at one end and it fades to clear at the very tip. We did that on purpose. It's called a blow through, but at this moment, the fade is going in the wrong direction. So we're going to take that glass off the pipe it's on. We're going to stick it to another pipe at the clear end, and then we'll have the fade going in the right direction. Nick is going to poke a hole in the clear end, and we'll attach another pipe at that end. Yes.
What's in those containers?
Which containers?
The white containers for the buckets?
Water.
Water?
Those tools are made out of wood, and we keep them in water so that the tools don't burn when they touch the hot glass.
Is it cold water?
It's just room temperature water. It's your average 5-gallon bucket filled from a hose. Making these vases that you see here on the pedestal? Yes. Well, everything starts out, you know, if you're going to make an oak tree, it starts out as a little acorn. And then it goes through a bunch of changes, and then it's a tree. The colors in glass come from mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Yes, whatever color they started with, that's the color it's going to be when it's done. While we're working, the colors are distorted by the heat. What you're seeing is distorted by the heat. When it cools off, it'll return to its natural color. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn it off, they cool down, they're gray again. Same physics that you're seeing with the glass. Fading from a solid color. They're transferring that bubble to reverse it, so they made a hole in the other end, stuck another pipe on. Now the fade goes in the opposite direction. So from this point on, all the action is going to be at the center bench. We have plenty of seats if anybody wants to shift over. Otherwise, you can watch it on the big screen. So Ben, tall guy in the black shirt, is shaping up that bubble. We're going to let it cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to put one more layer of clear glass over that. We've closed up the hole where we busted it off the pipe. We're going to cut that little nub off. Melt them in and make stripes. Are you speaking with me? You have to speak a little. We're making these for our store across the hall. Why is the building shaped like this? Is that what you're asking? There's three reasons why the building is shaped like this. Reason number one, the most important one, is it looks really cool. Reason number two, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft taking the heat and smoke away from the furnaces like a chimney in your house. The third reason is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. There's a picture up on the big screen. When the architect Arthur Erickson saw those buildings, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So Sarah's going to shape up that bubble, and we're going to stuff it into a mold called an optic mold. The optic mold is a cast metal mold with ridges on the inside, and when we blow the glass into that mold, it'll give the bubble a ridge texture. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we'll take the bubble, stuff it in the mold, blow. When it comes out, it'll have the ridges. So right now, Sarah is shaping the bubble so it's the proper shape to go into the mold. The pad in Sarah's hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, the question I had is he answered, so
Okay.
twice.
Good.
Or you did, yeah. Good job.
Thank you. So Sarah's blowing into the optic mold. And you can see now the glass has the ridges. The ridges go straight up and down, and she's going to roll it against that steel table, and she's going to let the glass drag a little bit, and the ridges will twist, and then they'll go around in a spiral instead of straight up and down. So Nick, the guy in the red shirt, is blowing as Sarah is shaping. So now you can see the ridges go around the bubble in a spiral instead of straight up and down. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with a torch, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. We make one part of the glass extra hot and extra soft, and we can shape that part without disturbing the rest of the shape. So now Sarah's going to squeeze the glass with the jacks, those metal tongs, and make a sharp crease in the glass. That crease is going to be the place where we break the glass away from the metal pipe once it's blown up to its full size. Her assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of her hand to shield her from the heat. All these guys you see working here are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're all very skilled artists in their own right. What you're seeing today, they're working for the museum. This is their day job, but they all are very talented artists in their own right. Can we put up some of Sarah's artwork? This is the work of Sarah Gilbert. She's a very talented glass engraver. She works with a type of glass called cameo glass, where we layer glass of different colors and carve through it to make an image. So these hands, we've fused white glass and black glass, and as she carves into it, and the deeper she carves, the more the black glass shows through, and that's how you get the tonal variations in the glass. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Yes. How long does it take them to get this good? Sarah's probably been blowing glass for 24 years. Ben, I think 29. And Nick, probably 24 years. There's schools, and some people learn at work, some people learn in schools. There's about 50 art colleges across the nation that teach glassblowing. Here in Tacoma, you can learn in the public schools. You can start in middle school and go on and study in high school. So the next part of this process, we're going to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. No, everything that we make has to be cooled overnight, slowly overnight, so it doesn't break. So it won't be ready till tomorrow. Apply the color, they do what's called a blow through, where they make the color fade from dense to clear. The ones we're doing now, we reverse the bubble so that it fades the other direction. We're going to add a little decorative stripe to the rim of the vase. Nick, over on the far left, is preparing the glass for our decorative stripe. Nick is rolling his clear glass in little chips of colored glass. We're going to melt them on, and that'll give us the same blue that's in the vase already. See you guys. Take care. So Nick is coming over with the colored glass for the rim. We'll just wind on a little stripe. call that little stripe a lip wrap. So now Sarah's taking the jacks, those metal tongs, and pressing against the inside of that opening to make it wider. She's leaning on the sides with the jacks to keep it straight. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? No, making it wider. We're making the same shape. There's a bunch of steps in between. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the annealer has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we just put this on the table now and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. Sarah will take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll melt the spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and take it to the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, and Ben Cobb. Has anybody got any questions? You're very welcome. Thanks for coming in. Ten Commandments on the Hi, you were asking about the shape of the building? There's three reasons why this building is in this shape. The reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney so that the heat and smoke from the furnaces goes up and out the top like a chimney in your house. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. If you look up on the big screen, we have a picture of one. And when the architect saw these old buildings, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So we're making these vases that you see on the pedestals. So So Ben, a tall guy in the black shirt, is grabbing some colored glass from our warming oven. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We'll blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We'll heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we'll coat that bubble with the colored glass. Can we put up the color overlay drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we make a clear bubble. We drop a wad of color on top. We smear the color till it entirely coats the original clear bubble, and then we'll dip it in more clear glass. And when we blow it up, that color will line the object with color. So if you look at the photo, you can see that it's not yellow through and through. It's just lined with the yellow glass. And doing it this way, it allows us to have any color we want, anytime we want. If we melted the colored glass in the big furnace, if we filled it up with blue, we could only make blue things. But if we coat each piece individually, then we can have any color at any time. So Ben, tall guy, he's got the yellow glass. All the glass colors are distorted by the heat. So it's going to appear to be orange, but it's yellow glass. So Nick in the red shirt, he's blown a bubble of clear glass. Ben is heating up the yellow glass, and we're going to coat Nick's bubble with the yellow glass. So Nick's going to section off the amount of color that he wants. He's going to hand it back to Ben, and Ben's going to heat it up. So we're going to hold it up in the air, drop on a blob of the yellow, And Nick is going to smear that until it entirely coats the original bubble. We call this a color overlay. We have two basic kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces. Those are the machines with the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you can see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the furnaces at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like having a big giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take those steel pipes and we dip them into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And then when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So for these particular vases, we want the color to fade from a solid color to clear, and we apply it in a manner called a blow-through. Can we put up the blow-through diagram? So we make a sort of a flat bubble coated with the color. We'll dip it in clear glass, force the clear glass off the end, and then when we blow into it, it'll stretch that colored layer so that the color will fade from a thick solid color to clear. Now Nick is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the tool is wet, the tool doesn't burn, it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. pad in Nick's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. For these pieces we're making, they're about a half hour.
Wow. So how far into the process are you?
About, I don't know, I haven't measured it. 8, 10 minutes.
Okay. Oh, wow. So in 20 it'll turn into that?
Yep.
Bonkers. Wow.
So we faded the color, but it's faded in the wrong direction. So we're going to poke a hole in that bubble. We're going to stick another pipe onto the end, and that'll flip the colors so that the solid color will be at the bottom of the vase, and it'll fade to clear glass at the top. So Ben, tall guy in the black shirt, is going to make what we call the collar, like a collar on your shirt. He's going to put a little ring of glass around the end of his pipe, but he's going to make sure that the opening on the end of the pipe is open so we can stick it over the hole we're going to create, and we'll be able to blow directly into the bubble. So Nick in the red shirt is going to poke a hole in that bubble. Ben is making the collar in the center. We'll attach Nick's bubble to this collar, and then the fading of the color will be going in the right direction. So we'll stick the collar over that hole, and we'll break the glass away from Nick's pipe. A little water, a little tap, and off it comes. So now we have the color fade going in the right direction. We've got to close up that hole at the end where we broke it off the pipe. Ben is shaping the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the marver, M-A-R-Z-E-R. Ben's going to cut off the part where the hole used to be. The round oven that he's heating it up in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to shape that bubble up, and we're going to coat it with one more layer of clear glass. In between each time we coat the bubble, we have to let the bubble cool and stiffen a bit so that it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in the big tank of hot glass. Ben's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic pot in that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in the furnace has the consistency of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around, it coats the bubble with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. Sarah's shaping the glass using the block. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So Sarah's going to shape up this bubble, and we're going to blow it into a mold called the optic mold. The optic mold has ridges on the inside. So we take the plain bubble, we stuff it in the optic mold and blow, and when we pull it out, the bubble will have a set of ridges on the outside. How are you guys? You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing once a month. We pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you do out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table outside in the lobby. We have drawing materials and entry forms. And if you don't feel like drawing right now, you can grab an entry form, do the drawing at home, and mail it in. Would you guys like to see some of the things we made from the... Can we put up some of the kids' designed stills? So these are all made from drawings from kids like you. It's a contest, so not everybody's drawing gets made. But if we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. We'll tell you when we're going to make it. You can bring the whole family down and watch us make it. Sarah has twisted the bubble so that the ridges that we made in the optic mold that were straight now twist around the bubble in a spiral pattern. So Sarah has heated up the glass a little bit extra with that torch. We'll make the glass near the pipe extra soft. And we're going to squeeze it and make a little notch in the glass so we have a place to break it off once we've blown it up to its full size. The tool in her hand is called the jacks. She'll squeeze as we turn the pipe. Make a sharp notch. Her assistant holds a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. When she swings the glass like that, the glass is soft and the centrifugal force stretches the bubble out and makes it longer. So Nick in the red shirt, he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube. So the bottom of the vase is the part that's sticking out. The part you put flowers in, that's still attached to the pipe. called a blow through. Could we put up the blow through diagram? So we blow a bubble of clear glass, we coat it with a colored glass, and then we put more clear glass on, and we push it towards the forward. So there's a lot of hot colored glass, clear glass on the end. And when we blow it, the bubble goes up into that hot clear glass and stretches out the color. Musical instruments. Just about everything under the sun. We invite different artists to come from all over the world, and they come up with crazy ideas, and we have to make them. Can we play the pony video? This is how we make a glass pony. So we're pretty much done with this vase. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to put it in a special oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. We're really done. We're just going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to drip a little water where it's attached. The water will crack that joint, and a little tap on that pole, and off it comes. Those are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is the same material that firemen wear when they go into a burning building. They also use Kevlar to make bulletproof vests. We use it to carry our glass to the annealing oven. They do, yes.
So how many things do you usually, or how long does it take to cool down?
Overnight.
Okay, okay.
We purposely do it really slowly, so the glass doesn't break.
How often is it that you guys come in the morning and it's still broke? Does that ever
Every
happen?
once in a while.
Okay.
Not too often, but sometimes. We'll make one more of those, I think, and then it's time to go home. Are you guys going to make another one? Nope. Okay. So I guess that concludes our demonstrations for this afternoon.
Sounds good.
Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good time.
Yeah. Have a good day.
So we're done down here.